Tech Talk is now online.
End of line.
RHK77SIZHER 500. Can't watch the stream, but enjoy folks plus LP.
End of line.
Okay. Now, I'm pretty sure in the past I was running the deck talk through the ATEM. This is not that. But good enough. Whatever. I don't care. Yeah, it can't get any louder. Like, I don't think you want it louder. So this, that one is the deck talk.
Chlorocoon says CHER 100. It works. It's good enough for government work.
End of line.
That seems like the perfect volume level to me. It should be less than my voice. It shouldn't be like super disrupting. I should be able to talk over it. Now, I can't hear it. Maybe I'll listen to this back later and I'll think, yeah, I don't want to, but yeah. But RHK, thank you for the 500 bits, and Chloe, thank you for the 500 bits as well. The only other thing I could do is maybe I could add an expander, but I don't think I've ever seen a pop-up. Meg, you showed a window before. OBS, what are you, what? That's weird. I could add an expander. I'm going to mess with this for a second.
Tech Talk is now online.
End of line.
RHK77SIZHER 500.
That's probably perfect
watch
right there.
The stream, but enjoy folks plus LP.
End of line.
Chlorocoon says CHER 100.
Yeah, I'm going to go with that.
It works. It's good enough for government work.
End of line.
Maybe just touch less. Okay, we're going with that. All right. Multi-plan disc is indeed 2 revisions newer than the one I've been using so far. Interesting. Okay. This is no practical consequence. Oh, well, in that case, screw it. um, all right. Yeah, older sounded... that was what I thought. Okay. All right. Today, we are actually going to do the thing that we were supposed to do yesterday, which is archive some documents. So, yeah, it's pretty much stuff we've already done before, but... you know, we're doing it again. But yeah, we need to get 2 manuals here scanned. So, one of them is a plastic bound. I know there's a name for that, but it's just going to be individual sheets. Manual for the Q3 thermal printer that would have been used in this, which is the 1206 mini term. Both of these are Computer Devices Inc. manuals that I acquired during the research for the DOT. Both of those are unscanned. So, we need to comb bound. That sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds correct. So we need to get these unbound. The one here is saddle stitch stapled, so that'll be easy. The other one's the plastic thing. Those plastic things are not great, so that might fall apart, but we'll find out when we get to it. So, let me point a camera over at the workspace. That way you can see when I'm doing the saddle stitch scanning. But yeah, after that, I think we're ready to get started here. So, boop, there we go. All right. I'm grabbing some tweezers. And that's, all right, we're going to start with the comb bound one. That way I can just run it through the Epson for a warm up here, because the other one's going to take some actual work. I really, really hate this piece of wood down here.
--BALJEMMETT says Platform 1 for the Hype Train to Document Archiving Central. Calling it yay, we're doing this again NFA Person Sensor. CHEER 100.
End of line.
Ben, thank you for the 100 bits there. Up your stack. Whoa, what did deck talk do? What's with this deck talk hate all of a sudden? Jeez. All right, I think I unplugged this. Yeah, that'd be why Xane only offered to use the A-Vision yesterday. Let's just plug that back in. Must remember it hates dashes. Oh yeah, if you're typing it on like an iPhone or whatever and it's going to use fancy dashes, yeah. It does like dots though. Oh yeah, it loves a dot. All right. So let's start with this one. Unfortunately, there's a big sticker up here, but it doesn't matter because there's nothing up there anyway, so, So, all right, the first thing I'm going to do is fold these all over the plastic edge. All right. This is, I think, gonna go kind of smooth here. Now, I don't think there's any fold-out schematic pages in here. Let me just... Nope, there are 2. Okay, there are 2. Everything else is plain sheets. What's this? Nope, there's one more. Man, why these just gotta be like right in the middle? Oh yeah, because we needed that fold-out paper for the table of numbers no one is ever gonna look at. That's right. Okay, cool. Shame the deck talk can't translate foreign languages. That feels like it would be a bit cruel to make it easiest to communicate with me in foreign languages by paying money. So I don't really like that idea. Let's see. Excuse you being an iPhone user. All right. Yeah. Oh, I didn't think to check the webcam video. How's that looking? Good enough. Okay. Yeah, from this angle, you can actually see my weird hood that I put on it. All right. Let's get to scanning. I'm gonna do the cover first. Let's see, from there's is a 1700s bonnet. You sure it doesn't just look like a old Sony portable 10-inch? All right, scan. Epson Scan 2. All right, let me bring up the video controller. And that lets me do boop, this. Okay. Now, yes, there's only one of these. We don't need that right now. Actually, I can just close that whole thing. All right, I should get a folder open for these files to go into, though. Got Vibes of Jurassic Park. I'm not sure I get that one. All right. All right, one moment. CDI printer Q3. Okay. I don't know if I can paste the output directory here. Folder. That's not what I wanted to do. Select. Here we go. No, I cannot. Okay. It's going to be Nextcloud, System Sync, Stream PC, Scans, Printer Q3. Okay. All right, let's go over the options here. I'm trying to remember them all. Document source ADF, check. Auto feed mode, we're going to leave that off. Wait, no. We use the command line for this, not that. Where's the... I made a script for this. Where did that go? Could it be in archive? Hold on, I almost screwed up here. Because that allowed us to better handle our page naming. It's not that. I mean, it might be in the dot stuff. That's not that. Maybe it's in the .nextcloud folder. Not that. This. I don't think it's process. Well, that looks... No, that's not it. Where's the scan thing? Is it a very simple command? Maybe it is. Hold on. Let me bring up my command history over here and just look through it. Oh, there's a lot of stuff related to stupid floppy disks there. Yeah, so there's a scan ADF script somewhere here. It's not in my bin folder, is it? That would be too smart. Oh. What do you know? Huh. All right. I guess we can just do that. Batch start. Okay, that's our number. Oh, well, that's easy. Fine. Okay. So make a folder, covers. Okay. ADF, or is it scanning? Scan dash ADF. Boom. Okay. Then it's working on saving that. All right, we got our scans. We will post crop when we're done. Let me scan the back cover right now so I can't forget. That is the inside page. They're the same though, so it won't matter. Okay, start on 3. Scanner go burr. Okay, there we go. So there's our front and back covers. On the DOS, they replace the standard insert disk for drive B, press any key message for accessing drive B on the single drive system, something way more confusing. Oh, cool. All right. Let's start a real scan here. So this is page chunk 1. We're going to start that at, I guess, 0. And here it goes. Boom. All right. Now, I can, in tandem, start scanning some of these stupid giant pages on the A-Vision. Hey, look, a cool floppy. Don't roughhouse your floppy thing. I'm going to make a folder in the thing called Big. And graphics. Xane. All right. All right. A-Vision. Let me just change this. So we're going to scan to Nextcloud, System Sync, here, scans, dot printer, big. Okay. Am I scanning the other one as TIFF or, yeah, JPEG, okay. Stupid, why has it got to be with an E? Okay, maybe it doesn't have to be with an E. Okay. Still doesn't quite reach. There we go. Okay. All right. Oh, that's super crooked. What happened? This page is not cut well at all. Okay, let's just hope that works. All right, man, that fills the scan bed. Okay. Do that. That's really sharp, but meh. All right. Full color, 600 DPI, yada, yada, yada. Okay. Let's just go ahead and accept the fact that I'm going to want the foot pedal today. Try a new position for it. Oh, I forgot to give you the other view. Oh, well. Okay. See what that looks like. Good enough. All right. Let's flip that over, get the other side. I'll flip this. Whoosh. All right, this one's easy because it's only printed on one side, really. In theory, we could crop this to one normal 8.5 by 11 size sheet, but it would look weird, and then it wouldn't be authentic. So we're going to just leave it as a giant one. You'll see once I finish the scan here. Could actually make sense, but nah. There we are. Okay. Okay. There we go. So yeah, could be cropped, but we're not going to. All right. So, let's leave that. Well, this is 31, so this will be, or 30, so this will be, I love how the rename shortcut and the close tab shortcut are right next to each other. It's just fantastic. Thank you so much for that. Okay. Let's rename this to 31, and we'll rename this to 32. Not that those are the same, but that gives me a rough idea. So we'll want the next chunk of feedable paper to start at 34. Yeah. Okay. $34. All right. Done stack. We'll get moved over here. It will include this sheet. And now we start on the other two big ones, and I knocked down. There is literally one single 8.5 by 11 sheet after the two giant ones. Very annoying. All right. Oh, and this one's blank on the other side. Holy moly, this one's long! It doesn't even fit on the scanner. Okay, so I'm gonna have to work for that a little bit. CDI, did you really need such a long piece if you weren't even going to use both sides? Time for a bigger scanner? Yeah, I guess. Can I find a bigger book edge scanner? Nah, it doesn't have to be book edge. But it's kind of nice not having like 3 different scanners around here. It's only 2 right now. There might be a future where there's more. I don't know. It is kind of nice to be able to work in parallel here, though. Okay. So I'm just going to slide this so we can get the end on the other side. Foot pedal scanning is the way. Not a scanner collector? I mean, I think the 4C video pretty much shows that I am. Thought we dealt with all the CDI stuff last week. So we dealt with all the dot stuff, but we did not get all of the CDI stuff. So these are manuals for CDI terminal parts. So this is for the printer module, but for one of the terminals. The other one is the whole terminal manual, which is going to be insane. It is such a cool machine. I desperately want one. Really badly. It ain't gonna happen. Yeah, exactly, Philip. Except that the hardware is probably way too rare. This was the uber expensive terminal that you could get that no one reasonably should have bought. I'm going to scan this one. It's another super long one that's only single. You had two single-sided, ultra-long pages back-to-back. Really, CDI? Come on. No wonder you went bankrupt. Wasting a whole sheet of paper like that? But yeah, no way the terminal is going to be that easy to find. Says the guy who owns 2 of potentially 500 dots. It's probably more dots, but... Well, not more dots than the 1206. I have no idea how many 1206 were made. We have no idea. No sales information or anything, because it's too early. They claim 500 what? For the dot? They claimed 500, yes. But I have seen a serial number 880. So it's possible they made more than 500, but they only sold 500. Which is usually how supply and demand would end up. Because they're not making them boutique, hand-built one. Well, they were making them boutique, hand-built one at a time. But not on demand. Put out one video on the dot and someone piped up with, oh yeah, I have one of those in a massive pile of software, so never say never. I mean, I'm not going to make a video about a manual for something that I don't have. Probably if they started serial numbers at 300. That's an interesting theory. We don't know what the bottom floor for the serial numbers could be, but I don't know why they would start them not at 0. You mentioned the terminal video? Yes. Yeah, but again, no one's gonna just show up with the terminal. And if they do, that's because they have the terminal. It won't be I have the terminal. All right, last sheet here. You'd start at not 0 because you set aside a range for pre-production prototypes, test mules, and stuff. Who would number those in the like official serial sequence though? That seems weird. All right, so I'm gonna add 4, so 85. So this is 86. Many weird ways people implement serial numbers, I guess. It's not in... What did I just do wrong? I put... Well, at least these are numbered somewhat sensibly. I can figure this out. Okay. 3, 4. Oh, I should have 3, 5, or that's 3, 7. Here's 3, 5. The other long one's still in the scanner. No, it's not. There it is on the back. Okay, so 3, 6, 3, 7, 6, 4, 6, 5. There we go. And then last page, 6, 7. Okay. That one's scanned. Let's do our post-processing. Well, if you all are relatively convinced that the serial number range could start at not 0, then when I make an inevitable follow-up video on the dot, I won't make a big stink out of that to avoid issues. Okay, so this got a lot more complicated because we have to stitch these together now. Thanks, CDI. Was not planning on having to do that today, so this just got a whole lot longer of a process now. Use the same serial number system. Well, that would make sense, but they definitely didn't just make, 300 or whatever of the terminals before the dot. Claim they made 500, but this unit is serial 880, which is interesting. Don't know what ranges. I mean, yes, but I don't, what's the most delicate way I can put this? People are dumb. YouTube commenters are not going to understand the intricacy of that. Wait, how am I completely missing the spiral bound portion on this scan? Or is it off to the side here? I'm more polite than I am. They would start at 0, they'd start at 1, yeah. So there are things where when I'm writing a script or considering how I'm going to phrase things for a video, where I think if people are going to misconstrue information that I provide, I will not provide the information. It is better omitted. So the part where it says case slop, or case flop, there should be stuff to the side there. I mean, it's just the spine binding, so I guess. I could just rescan those two. You know what? I'm gonna, I guess 3. I'm gonna rescan no, 2. So that we capture the whatever you call it. I just want it to look consistent. I don't know how far in it has to go for that. All right. So now we can put this layer, transform clockwise. There we go. That's better. Let's just get rid of that one. Then we'll do the other one here. Just prefer it be consistent. Oh wait, I need the back. Curse programming language of the day. Aren't there a billion curse programming languages? Actually, this would be the white side that's missing, right? Because the other edge, yeah. Talk about the most worthless scan I've ever done here. I am just rescanning to get the edge of the white page. Philip, the answer to that question is always yes. It is never no. It's always yes. Okay. So this morning, I mounted the Raspberry Pi on the wall as a trophy. No, to try and get better connection to Sponge Wi-Fi. So far, it seems like it helped. So that's nice, at least. But yeah, it's been really unstable since I had to mess with it. I apparently had it in the world's most perfect spot before the SD card died, which is a real shame. With antennas into the antlers, okay, that would just be cool. It needs to look extremely plastic, like not even trying to look real, though. The Rosetta Stone, yes. The Rosetta Stone of print head positions to character columns. Yep, uh-huh. All right, now we can continue. Ugh. So step one is to add a layer mask. And then we make a gradient, and we figure out which way we want the gradient to go. We want it to go that way. Some along those lines. Okay. Then we do the same on, I don't know what I just did there. Flatten image, that's never ever what I want to do. Okay, add layer mask. Yep. Low poly, no. It needs to look like it's trying to be real, but look like a rubber Halloween mask. Like, just absolute garbage, like, obviously it's fake. All right. Now we do this. What just happened? That's not what I want to do. All right. Oh, wow, that goes far over. Okay. No, that's not that chip. Which chip is this? It is that chip. Right there. Okay. Alright, so I'm actually going to work on this a little bit more. Well, you know what? I'm going to do this. Disable layer mask. And then I'm going to adjust the opacity here. And then we're going to do one of my favorite tricks. So we're going to perfectly align this corner right there. Okay. But because I'm human, this was slightly mispositioned. So what we do now, we can even see it all the way just like right there. Where it says mode normal, change the difference. Ah, see, Digital Ice Age, the opacity is fine. But check this out. So we're going to do rotate. Okay, I'm going to do that. But then I'm going to find this, and I'm going to move it to that corner. That one position that I got dead nuts perfect. And then I'm going to come over here. And then I'm just going to drag that into position. And the scale is slightly different, but it'll be fine. Right there. And that's it. Rotate. Do the same trick with rotation. It's great. This must be archiver surgery. Yeah, when you get to really big sheets, you kind of have to do this. It's very annoying. Does the difference operation work in rotate procedures and things like that? Because I find sometimes that you'll have something like that applied and then it'll remove it. So if we do that, if I do a rotation operation, will that persist? Yeah, see, that's why I go for opacity. It works when you set composited preview to enabled. Okay, you've dug deeper into the settings than I have, apparently. Of course, I don't have a search box in here. Appearance. Where's render mode? And left-hand toolbar. Oh! Show preview as part of the image composition. Oh, well, that's super good to know. Okay, I didn't know you could do that. All right. But I guess this, like, moire going on, where it's more in line right there, is probably due to the page wrinkle. So that's going to be good enough. Okay, let's go back to normal. And now we adjust the layer mask even more. So re-enable it. And now's my favorite thing. We just pick a spot where it matters the least that it transitions from one image to the other. So we can do this anywhere. But the idea is to make it as inobvious as possible.
Chlorocoon says CHEER 100. We're all weirdo and freaks here sharing experience and tricks to do things instead of hiding them under 20 layers of paywalls and bills.
End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Need a sheet of glass over it when you scan? Yeah, you're talking about for weight on the back. That could help for this in particular. Yeah. It wouldn't have to be glass. It'd just be anything very flat and heavy. The sheet of glass is more if you're photographing. But I could try that. You have me curious. Oh, I know Digital Ice Age. I'm just trying. So on a lot of schematics, we'll have a section kind of like this where there's not a lot.
You don't
But
want
on
me sitting
here,
in your
there's isn't.
center. CHEER 100.
End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. So I'm trying to find. I would love to be able to do it over here, but the bottom image just doesn't exist over there, or doesn't exist enough. Maybe we could get away with that. Let's try it over here. Oh, it's driving me nuts. There we go. The rotation alignment's not as good out here. Yeah, so I liked this area because I think the color between the two pages is really close right there. I want to try for this. You know what? Screw it. We'll go with that. All right. And then I'm just going to cheat. All right. Look, it's the magic make it in focus brush. Yay! Gotta love masks, yeah.
Kazuto and
Ooh,
Y
that was
subscribed
bad.
with Prime. They've subscribed for 31 months.
End of line.
Kazuto, thank you for the Prime sub and for 31 months. I appreciate that. That's so many months. All right, I think that's good. I can't see the seam anymore. All right. I like your idea of doing it over one of these, but I bet I didn't get it close enough. So I don't want to mess with it. I kind of want to try the glass scan, though. I don't know if I have a piece that's big enough. Maybe. Watch, I do it and then I love it. And I want to redo them all, but I don't want to redo them all. All right. All right. I think that's good. Let's merge down. Yeah, that'll work. Oh, that bottom part's kind of a problem. Dang it, I had to see it. What is with the kerning here, man? It's like they were individually stamping the letters and then decided that they had to pull it out as far as they could. The entire word is there. You know what? I'm going to let it slide. I'm going to let it slide. It is... That is it. What is it with today? Stream's having a bad day all around Twitch? So far, I'd say today's going pretty well. To Digital Ice Age's question, I actually did sleep really well at the start of stream. Well, I wasn't asleep at the start of stream. I was busy trying to figure out why Deck Talk wasn't working then. As long as it's full word, that's fine. I suppose. I just don't like having it be up against the edge because it leaves doubt that it may not be the full word, but it's close enough. All right. Came from a streamer rage quitting a game. Well, good news. I'm not playing a game, so I can't rage quit it. All right. Who could sleep through it? I don't hear it, so it'd be really easy for me to. You can rage quit Gimp. I think Gimp is more likely to rage quit me and crash if I do something wrong. Let's do this, fit to selection, and then... Do I do the color yet? I don't think I want to yet, so I will not do the color yet. Alright, I am going to do what you were saying there, Digital Ice Age. I'm going to save this for now. Well, I don't want to say it was rage quit Twitch when the connection has been a problem. It's been more begrudgingly accepting that I should. So you started doing it as a hobby? Yeah. Yeah, because you get to things like, after we merge these down, what is the appropriate level of color correction to do to this? My preference is to leave some detail in the paper. So maybe I would leave that there and then bring that up and then crush it like that. So if you zoom in, you can tell that it's actual paper, but then when you have a fold-out sheet like this, it looks awful. So I don't like doing that when there are fold sheets in the scan. And in that case, I will do this, which I'm still not a huge fan of, but it definitely looks better. What is going on? Oh, that's see, it looks transparent from there, but it's actually... Is it transparent? What is going on? Why is this scan semi-transparent? Remove alpha channel. No, but the transparent pixels are still there. What? Add layer. Red. Yeah. Those are semi-transparent pixels because the red shows under. Why? 101 Razor? No, this is a Computer Devices Inc. Printer manual. I don't know if you guys can even see what I'm talking about. It's so faint. So let me do this. I'm going to screenshot GIMP right now. I'm going to get the whole user interface. Why not? Let's do this. There we go. I'm going to screenshot that. I'm going to open this with GIMP. All right. Now I'm going to go to colors, levels, and I'm going to really exaggerate this. Boom. There we go. So now you can see the crosshatch. Whoops. I don't know. It is making that transparent for some reason. I don't know why. I can merge it over solid white, but the problem is, why does it have any transparency at all? And the other problem with just merge it over white, I have to blend it over here. So if I'm trying to blend it into white, that's not necessarily going to work. I want to make the problem go away upstream. That's where I want it to go away. So if I open this image in GIMP, are there transparent pixels? Not that I can see. So is it the layer mask? Opacity is 100%. Yeah, that's what I get, Digital Ice Age, but where is that coming from? Here's the other thing. There is no alpha channel. And yet it's there. It's got to be something to do with the layer mask. Yeah, it's the layer mask somehow. Was this not... That was pure white. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to ignore it. We're just going to pretend we didn't see it, and I'm going to put white under the entire image. Send you the XCF? I can try that. I would be curious if it's like a Linux bug or something. That would be really good to know. I'm not going to use Windows, but it would be good to know. So I'll save that. How big is it? Probably 800 megs, right? 421. I was trying to be sarcastic. Good grief. How do I send you that? Don't worry, it's just a half a gig image file. Actually, Digital Ice Age, that's just video editing. That's just color grading in Resolve. And I actually edit my DSLR photos in Resolve now because I prefer that workflow so much. And Darktable is just the worst software I've ever used. I want to like Darktable, but it is horrible. Pre-breakfast. So I have a lot of experience actually in running a single user torrent transfer. It works very well, but this is not a good application for it. Sending a single file. It's kind of overkill. Nextcloud is just broken. It hasn't even started syncing the files yet. Why? But when I've worked with other video editors, I've used torrent to transfer hundreds of gigs of files to them because that works so well. Especially with spotty garbage internet. I think we're going to just restart Nextcloud. Just give me a second, Digital Sage. I am very curious if you get the exact same result. Chloe, why would you guess that? I didn't say their name. Well, illustration, no. But I don't know how deep into grading you have gotten in DaVinci Resolve, Digital Ice Age. It's one of its core competencies. I think it actually started out specifically as video grading software. And then added the timeline editor and post effects and all that stuff. It is really good, and as long as you don't want to directly draw, you can do basically anything you want. There we go. Now it's syncing files. Well, it's trying. Talking about compositing, not color grading. Yeah, for compositing, so the image alignment here, that would be a pain in the butt. I would not enjoy doing that. All right, my files are getting uploaded to the server now. I'm guessing it dropped out when I lost internet before I moved the Pi. Sorry, I'm just gonna not touch this anymore for now. That way I can get it uploaded. And we'll start work on the next one. So is this the one that will be the... No, it'll be this. Yeah, that's the one I want. Add that as a layer. That's not a layer. No, it is a layer. Okay. Is that the same page or is that a different wrinkle? Oh, that was a different wrinkle. I almost put the wrong blank white page onto that document. Whew, I'm glad I caught that. That would have been bad. Did I rotate the layer or the image? Image, transform, rotate 90. Actually, this will give you a good idea of how little was cropped on the right side of that one sheet. So you can see the entire, like, comb binding there. No issues. I need to order some of these because I have a really nice punch for doing this kind of binding. I just need to buy these. And a bunch of paper, and then I can print out my own manuals for stuff from other people's scans. which I would like to be able to do. All right, on this one, I am going to have to do this by changing the, what you call it, or aligning the edge. This is the dumbest thing I've ever done in scanning, by the way. I can't believe I'm about to align blank pages. Even the difference is like, bro, why? I don't think the difference is going to be too much help here. I didn't lose chat, did I? Oh, I think I did lose chat. As soon as I started trying to use the internet here, I lost internet. So, let's see. Do you give certain computers names? I mean, only for networking purposes. And then they are very formal. In this case, keeping the creases intact is better because it's preserving information about how the book was paginated. That sounds about right. Yes, yeah, lose the internet, lose the internet. Yeah, of course. That's exactly how it should work. So frustrating. Starts uploading to Nextcloud. Oh, we can't have that. And this is why I don't stream over Sponge Wi-Fi. Can you use the empty page to divide out the wrinkles from the text pages? Or the wrinkles consistent across pages? Are you asking if I'm going to use that as a flat plate to try and remove other stuff from? The answer is no. I'm just going to crush. So, preserving that information is the goal. Some, like bit savers, will crush the scan to 1 bit and call it a day. So, I don't like 1 bit at all. As I've said many, many times. It depends. So, I don't know. I find this distracting. I don't like seeing this. I want to make that go away, but the only way to make that go away is to crush it. Historically, I have crushed that. But I don't 1-bit it because you can still do better. You can still have some aliasing without completely getting rid of that. It's like this stuff, you see all that nice fine detail there. You do want that. Especially when you get something like this where it gets faint because the print wasn't good. So I never 1-bit it. But I will probably crush this. Slendy, well, hello and welcome. Targeted advertising. Yes, for a computer that no one can buy. Yeah. Yeah, what I'm archiving is a manual made by the same company who made the dot, but it's not part of the dot. Anyway, it would be cool if I could get internet again, but I'm going to reboot the Pi just for kicks. You know, it's warm fuzzy thing because it's the only lever I have to throw for this. So I might as well. The connection is so bad recently with it. I don't know why. So rebooting the Pi. Really looking forward to getting to scan that one. That one's going to be cool. So you can see this, well, I can't move because I'm on the Pi. I was going to say, yeah. All right, it reconnected on a reboot. I don't know why a reboot would make it work, but let's see. Yep, we got internet. All right, look at all that signal happening. As soon as Nextcloud finds out, it's going to ruin it for everybody. All right, which also means I finally have chat up over here again, so that's handy. Just go ahead and leave the router page open so I can tell when I lose internet. Did you upgrade the OS on the Pi? I mean, technically yes, but that shouldn't make a difference at all. All right, it's back to this. All right, I don't think difference is the play here. I'm going to go back to normal. I'm just going to do opacity. And you know what? I don't really care. It's a blank page. We'll just do a slight fade and then whatever. I don't know. What does it matter? Add alpha channel. No, not alpha channel. Add, I mean, I'm going to end up adding an alpha channel. Layer mask, that's it. White, gradient, blends, colors. Just do this. Okay, let's do it maybe here. Close enough. What is with the lines? Oh, it's probably seeing the schematic through the background. Okay, I was like, I hope I don't have a dead part pixel on my sensor. Yep, lost internet again already. I'm going to disagree with that, Digital Ice Age. I don't think the difference between a 1 megabyte PDF and a, let's say, 50 megabyte PDF is significant today. Like, even on my LTE connection, it wouldn't be that bad. Well, it's more about the device performance of viewing them is more important. Most devices suck at viewing PDFs, though, and it doesn't even matter if they're pure text. So, you know, that's a good question. Can I throttle the speed? Because that might actually solve it. Well, let me see if I can do that. Internet. Connection. Expected ISP speeds, advanced.
REDSHIFT 1089S subscribed at Tier 1. They've subscribed for 39 months, currently on a 39-month streak.
End of line.
Redshift, thank you for the Tier 1 sub for 39 months. That's so many months. That's this many months. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, Ben. Yeah, how can I throttle it? It's a interesting idea. Unify throttle internet. Oh, I could search that. If I had internet. Just trying to look through what could possibly allow me to throttle it. How are you streaming without internet? So I have two internet providers for my office. This is without a data cap is what I'm using for the work computer, but as you can see, it's extremely unreliable. And then I have a data cap internet connection that is very reliable, that's LTE. So I don't want to run everything through LTE because I would burn off all my data and then I wouldn't be able to stream. And I don't want to use streaming for the unreliable connection because, well, yeah, I would be down right now. It's a very weird setup. If you want to do it raw man, what? Man TC? No, I need to do it on the router. No. I'm looking at the GUI. Like, how do I do it here? That's what I'm trying to look for. Router is Linux. Router is a unified dream machine. Yeah, I'm not SSHing into the router. That's not happening. Just no. If that's what it takes, then it's not happening. Can I throttle a device? I mean, that seems like it would be easier. They're using the Pi as a router. Yeah, this whole setup is awful. No one ever understands, so I don't blame you. So just take the fact that I'm streaming out entirely. Just assume that I'm streaming from a phone camera over LTE data. Okay, so just ignore all of the streaming side entirely. So the rest of the office internet is a Raspberry Pi that acts as a modem that gets its internet source from a nearby Wi-Fi connection. It then acts as the wide area connection for the router, which is a unified Dream Machine. The Dream Machine then goes out to do all of the DHCP local networking nonsense. So that's the setup. The Pi is only a modem. I am not using it as a router because screw that. That would require networking. It also would not be able to work as an access point then. There's so many menus. Think Unify only supports throttling Wi-Fi clients not wired. Well, that's lame. What's the point of having a fancy GUI connection if you can't even do something like that? Like, I'm not one of them, you know, sysadmin ad people, but wouldn't having a VLAN for, you know, normie computers that's restricted in throughput be like, you know, a good feature? Or is that too good of a feature and they want you to have to pay like $3,000 for a router that could do that? 10 megabits per second is still too fast. I was gonna cut it even more than that. Yeah, you need a subscription for that, exactly. Smart cues beneath internet may be what you're looking for. Internet, topology, no. Settings, internet. So there's VPN. That's not what I want. Site to site. Establish a secure connection tunnel between location to. Ooh, that sounds interesting. System. No, I'm not seeing that. I think you're gonna have to network. Nah. Unify started out as Wi-Fi solution. All the other stuff they bolted on since is an afterthought. Don't you know? People don't use Ethernet. Yeah. Wasn't it nice when normal people didn't use Wi-Fi? Old Unify? I don't know. You know what? I give up. I'm gonna cancel the upload. I'll send it to you later somehow. Digital Ice Age. I don't know. I'm just gonna reboot the Pi. And close Nextcloud. Yeah. It's probably like a 1% alpha effect or something that if you rendered it, you wouldn't even notice. I'm just obscenely obsessive about stuff. I was wondering, how is 2 manuals going to take 4 hours to scan today? I'm going to have to figure out something else that after I get that done. Well, I figured it out. Apparently. Ugh. Did I accidentally do shutdown or restart? You guys can't see, so you can't answer. Because apparently I'm capturing the computer, not the KVM. Guessing I clicked shutdown. So I have to power cycle the Pi now. Not the worst thing to fully power cycle it. Somehow the Google Authenticator app has used more data here than GitHub has. I don't know how that's possible. Purely get asked to remove a particular setting on one piece of equipment at work. That would make life easier, but would effectively turn the device into a giant network hub with 5,000 people using it. It's just always no. How do we upload a giant file? Yeah. You want to scan 2 manuals today? Yeah. Hey, last weekend we scanned a bajillion manuals. We ripped through them. This time, not so much, but these ones are more difficult ones. So. Yeah, I'm just what I'm talking about. Google Authenticator. The only thing I do with it is the temporary tokens or the numbers. So yeah, that's it. The Authenticator app must be 100% offline. Well, that's curious. Oh, it's Google APIs. Never mind, I'm an idiot. This is why I don't do networking. Okay, let's continue on with scanning. That's something I'm good at. All right. Let's go with that. Hey, look, scanning. This is the I know this. All right. So this is a blank page. Hooray, blank page. Woo. Okay. So we're going to have to add a new layer that is totally white. Boom. Because this stuff is stupid. MyWagogo, I hate all of it. I want just regular passwords, but that doesn't work anymore. I just use regular passwords where I can, and 2FA where... let me put it this way. I think the idea of a YubiKey is horrifying, because if you lose it, you're completely screwed. So no, I never want that. That will never be my solution. Alright, there we go. That'll work well enough. Whatever. Okay. What's this image again? I don't think I need this. Okay, don't need that. Okay, this is page whatever. That's, excuse me, the backside. Same, which is why I took the locks off my front door in case I lose my keys. I mean, you're a lot more likely to lose the one that you have to leave plugged into a computer. And then the other thing is, all right, it's something that you must have with you to be able to use your computer. So you are constantly plugging and unplugging it from your USB ports all the time. That's a terrible idea. Nah, you're never going to sell me on YubiKey. Sorry, ain't going to happen. All right, these are good. I should save this and then save the other one. So, Ben, what you were saying is are those the RFID ones or are those USB? Because if you're plugging a whole thing of keys in, that's even worse because you're putting so much weight and strain on the USB port. You tie it to yourself with a bit of string so you don't lose it. You see how much I get up and walk away from computers? You want me ripping the USB port out all the time? It isn't going to happen. The other thing, okay, keep this in mind, okay? Today, alone, I will use 1, 2, 3, 4 computers, okay? Different computers. I will use them pretty significantly today, okay? I would be moving this constantly. Actually, 5, because I have the streaming computer here too. I forgot about that one, because it's a tool. It does one thing. But if I had to 2FA into that would, no. Yeah, but Remdog, do you... It's not one site. It would be every site that supports it, that you would have to go through that. It's not, it's just awful. It's so bad. It is not possible for you guys to try and convince me that a YubiKey is the solution. You can just save yourself the time. It is not. You're not going to. So here's the thing about that, MyWagogo. Currently, my keys are in my hat on a shelf over there with my street shirt covering them because I can't have my keys be visible on camera. So I can't have my key ring here with me right now to be able to plug it in. So if I was putting it on my key ring, I would have to separate it from the key ring while I'm doing this kind of stuff. So that kind of thing does not work for me. I wear hats only all the time. If I'm out of the house, I am wearing a hat. Man, that's a busy schematic. Yeah, that's the, I highly recommend hats in general, just because you get home, you take off the hat, you put it down, and then you dump all of your stuff that you keep in your pockets into the hat, and then it's problem solved. You don't have to worry where it is. You don't have to think about, where do I keep all this stuff? No, it's just all in the hat. Wallet, keys, flashlight, multi-tool, all of it in the hat. It's beautiful. Can't show keys on stream. I haven't heard that before. It's not some kind of Twitch rule. It's some kind of like sanity rule, because a key is a physical thing that you can just look at and see how it works. So if you see, say, you know, my van key, know what the etch pattern is, and then you see my van somewhere, you could have had a key made. Sure, it requires a lot of things happen, but it's not impossible. Especially when you have some kind of internet fame that could attract weirdos. I'm going to avoid that kind of stuff as much as possible. Yeah, you can replicate a key from a picture very easily. Very easily. I want to steal the fan. Van's just one example, okay? So yeah, there are many reasons I will never use a UB key. Net positive? What kind of insurance do you think I have on the van? You think I have comprehensive full coverage? Because it would be totaled when the gas tank was empty if it was that. Do you copy your Google Authenticator tokens to a second phone in case your daily one dies? Nah, it's never been a problem. Freeway insurance, beep beep, it's the thing that you're speeding on. I'm not sure. I genuinely don't know what you mean. I just have whatever the legal minimum is for here. Third-party fire, and let's not pretend theft is going to be an issue. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, I don't listen to any radio stations, Desiac. Why would I want to listen to someone else playing low bitrate MP3s? I'm good, thanks. Radio stations died in the late 2000s for me. I get my van from Gov Deals? No. The best way to describe the van is a hand-me-down. Yeah, Digital Ice Age, for the music I want to listen to, there is, I think, one radio station now, Desiac. Is it... I think KUPD is still the only one left, right? But yeah, there's only like one. Yeah. It was 93.3 that's gone. It is like I don't even know now. New wave nonsense or something. Oh, GovDeal's only being good for vans. Oh, I was joking, but you can find used government vehicles on there for so cheap. If you just wanted a vehicle to be able to cart stuff around, don't go get a used truck. Go to GovDeals, get an old van, you rip out all the seats, way better. Way better. I'm not kidding. It's not seized vehicles. That's not at all what it is. There's probably some though, but that's not what I look at. I'm talking like find your local university's place and then look for their old shuttles. They're gonna have 100,000 miles on them, yeah, but they will have been maintained. They will be in fairly good condition because they were not used for like public transportation, like a old cop car. So they're gonna be good. Free waste on the side. Okay, you know, have the chitty chitty bang bang running around with the bell. You're trying to tempt me into it. Okay, tangent time. I just realized I've never seen a replica for Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Now I gotta know. Has anyone made one? Okay, so there are some. That's kind of correct. I think it's way bigger. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, so there are a couple. Okay. That's definitely not a common one, though. I don't know how many there are. So that one and that one are different. Although that one being Wikipedia, well, that says replica. So there clearly are some. That one doesn't look right. Because it's clearly meant to be a Chris Craft, like, rear end. Do they fly, though? Yeah. Does it have an LS? No, it should have, like, a Mustang engine, but not that one. EV swap it, yeah. Slendy Dev, no problem. Thanks for hanging out. All right. Let's work on the alpha mask for this. Add layer mask. EV swap it? Nah, well, ooh, maybe EV swap, actually. Because it should make weird sounds, if I remember correctly. It's been a while since I watched that movie. It might be worth a rewatch. But I'm pretty sure it does not make normal sounds. Oh, gosh, finding the split point on this one. I think here. Yeah, there. Actually, that's pretty good. Okay, we'll do it right there and then clean it up. So yeah, yeah, Philip, that's what I was thinking. It should make weird noises, and then you'd probably want it to be an EV, and then have a speaker to play the weird sounds instead. So probably EV would be the way to go. I couldn't remember if it was that or the Willy Wonka car, or if I was just thinking, oh my gosh, the whatever like cartoon Myers Manx was. Yeah, I can't remember if I have that or not, Dziak. At some point, I really should. That feels like the optimal way to watch that movie. Because the visual fidelity is not in any way going to be a core component of that. Why do these look so good? This is weirding me out. Like, I would expect these to be bad considering they're in the gradient, but no, they look fine. So, okay, I guess that's it. Speed buggy. Yes, that's it. So MyRoGoGo, yeah, EVs do require VSP. That's the name of the speaker for pedestrian safety. Generally, you're not allowed to customize it. Early Teslas allowed you to customize it, and then the government was like, hey, yeah, no, you can't do that. Because people would just customize it to be silence. So, no, you can't customize that. Really? I lost internet again? Why? I'm not even doing anything. Oh my gosh. Wow, that took forever to just do a fill. Why? Oh my gosh, I love it when I see how much RAM GIMP's taking. We're up to 3.8 gigs. It's ridiculous. All right. Yeah, Philip, I think the problem is that everyone expects old cars to be muscle cars at this point. They just assume V8 means, muscle cam, exhaust, and all that fun stuff, when it just shouldn't be. I'm those people. Yeah, for the VSP being silent. Yeah, exactly. Pre-breakfast, there were a lot of EVs before Tesla, Nissan Leaf, GM EV1. There were plenty. I have the Chitty Chitty Bang Bang song stuck in my head now. Just I had to share that. I can't get it out. The worst part is it's probably been decades since I've watched the movie, so I don't know many of the lyrics. So it's on repeat for like 3 refrains. No, stay hydrated. They would just charge off of 110. It wasn't that bad. They just didn't have. Not talking high speed stuff here. Like the city car. Like that's not. That was just lead acid. You charge it at home. Wasn't that bad. Yeah, that actually worked, Ezak. Thank you. Why is the internet down, though? I am gonna say this about the new Nine Inch Nails album, though. I am not gonna listen to any more of any singles that are released. I'm just gonna listen to the full thing once it releases. So any further singles that come out, anyone's free to talk about or whatever. It's not like you're gonna be able to spoil music by telling me something, you know. Just start listing out the notes in order. But yeah, I want to experience it all cohesively because I learned this with Cake off of Showroom of Compassion, where I listened to the single for Sick of You a lot before the actual album came out, and it just sticks out like a sore thumb to me now when I listen to the whole album, and I don't like that. So I don't want anything to be more prominent from the rest of the album because I don't have that with Nine Inch Nails. So I want to maintain that as it's just a whole album. I laughed easy because I do the same thing. Oh, God. What am I doing here? It's Fit Canvas 2 selection. I need to reboot the pie again. Oh, man. You know what? Let me move the pie. Because apparently this position is bad. Oh, man. It's great. White balance, my webcam is off. Face is funny color, probably. Unless you're just talking about the laughing. But it probably is, because you don't have tint control. You only have actual white balance. It's very annoying. Alright, rebooting the pie. Well, I wouldn't call it the hits pre-breakfast as far as like Sick of You on Cake. Also, is it Atlas Rise or Moth into the Flame? Well, maybe both of them off of Hardwired to Self-Destruct. They were played a lot on television shows before that album came out. Or the redness of the face. Oh, yeah. All right. Ooh, I got 2 bars of Wi-Fi after moving the pie. We'll take it. It's not just one. But yeah, if you're talking about you only just now realize that Daft Punk made the Tron Legacy soundtrack, I got fun news for you. When they are in what's his name's club, I apparently can't recall that. His name is literally the name of one of the songs, too. They are the DJs there. So you can go watch Daft Punk and watch Daft Punk. Yep, that's how I think of the movie. You can watch... No, not Flynn. No, like... Oh, I keep wanting to say Chester's, but it's not that. No, Castor's Club? The one in the computer. Yeah, White Cane Dude, exactly. It is Castor? Okay, yeah. So you go to watch the Castor's Club scene. The DJs there are Daft Punk. So, which makes me really curious if Trent Reznor is going to get a cameo. That would be sweet. I think this is good. It's one of those things where after I finish it, I just kind of like to randomly look around, make sure everything looks correct. Let's look at all 4 corners. Ooh, that's not quite right. Let's pull that in slightly. Look at that clarity. It's so good. Okay. Yeah, Philip's got it. All right, save this, and then we do the white page on the last one, and then we will decide on our color grading, which will also be used for the entire document. Oh my gosh, we've almost spent 2 hours on this because of other weird distractions. This is ridiculous. Okay. Do you like the movie? I loved Tron Legacy. I am going into Tron Ares assuming I'm going to hate it, though. So hopefully I'm pleasantly surprised. You want a light cycle replica? Many people have done the wheels from Tron Legacy. It has been, it's very difficult, but it has been done. EVVSP with light cycle noises, yeah. Well, kind of what Stay Hydrated just said there, Digital Ice Age. Once I realized that that there are a little bit after Disney did the laser light show for Tron, saying that it was going to be 9 Inch Nails, and my initial excitement wore down, I thought to myself, what would be the dumbest possible plot that they could have for Tron? What would be the most lame, easy, like sloppy writing that would make me hate the movie? And it would be computer people coming out into the real world. And then that's what the next trailer was. Because it's going to mean the majority of the movie takes place in the real world, not in the digital world where all the cool stuff happens. So, yeah. So I'm not optimistic. Backseating campus peak fun. Don't want computer people coming out of my printer. Thank you very much. I just feel like there are too many obvious plot devices that are going to result from that. And it's just going to be constant eye rolls is how I assume it's going to go. Are we just scanning or are we tidying up? We are currently in the tidying up phase. It's going to be Lawnmower Man. I have not seen Lawnmower Man. I think that's a horror movie. You want to know the literal only thing I know about Lawnmower Man? Is that I'm pretty sure the intro for Music for the Jilted Generation is from that movie. That's the only thing I know about it. And that I think it's a horror movie. But that's it. That's the two things. But The Prodigy is the only thing, really. Yep. So, I've decided to take my work back underground to stop it from falling into the wrong hands. Cue funky bass line. Okay, so yeah, that sounds like a horror movie then. So that would be a not me movie. I just have zero desire to watch media like that.
A swarm of dead insects says I got the poison CHER 101.
End of line.
Swarm, thank you for the 101 bits. I don't know what we're dealing with here as a total act of respect of law is from. Is that one Lawnmower Man as well? That one I don't know. The other one was more prominent to me because it's also got typewriter in it. Want RoboCop 3 levels of concepts in Neutron. That one I'm not, I don't think I've seen that. RoboCop is more gore, which is also not for me. I have seen the RoboCop remake, which I'm pretty sure I've talked about in the past, because I really like the demonstration scene where they play Hocus Pocus by Focus. Well, Smokey and the Bandit's a perfect movie. I mean, I don't know how anyone could not like that. I even own, I forget the actor or singer's names, but his Eastbound and Down album. Because, fun fact, if you guys don't know, the truck driver in Smokey and the Bandit is the singer for Eastbound and Down. Jerry Reed, yes, that's it. Hocus Pocus by Focus. Yes, Deziak. It's in the RoboCop movie. But yes, that I also have that record. That is an absolutely fantastic song. Incredible. I haven't seen any Judge Dredd stuff. All right, fit canvas 2 selection, and we're done with the super wide images. Found a local record store Goodyear for $3 last year. Oh man, did you know anything about it going into it? Because I can't imagine just buying that as like a loose record and playing it and then having your mind blown and then being bored to tears by the rest of it. Sure did. That's awesome. That is incredible. That's got to be like the best possible way to experience that. Well, maybe second best. I found out about it because when I used to listen to the radio, Alice Cooper DJ'd late at night, and he played that song one night. That was how I found out about it, which I feel was maybe the most incredible way. But yours is, if it couldn't be that, I would want it to be your way. That's awesome, though. It's one of my old man's favorites. He lost my mind when I found it on Napster. Ah. For anyone else who knows it, you probably know it from a Line Rider video, if I remember correctly. I think that's good. All right, save this. Boom. Okay. We got one more big sheet. Yes, this one that we need to do. So let's get this loaded in. Open with GIMP, and then we'll figure out our color processing. Know it from still getting regular radio play well into the 2010s when I changed. Really? Outside of, I mean, well, I don't listen to the radio. I don't know what radio station you would, what kind of music theme would the radio station be to play that song? Oh, Philip, it's been a while since I've seen that movie, but I love that movie. I feel like that movie was good enough to be made as a remake. Like, it deserved it. It was good. Because it's completely different from the original, which is also very good. The sequel to the original, as I have stunned you in educating you that it even exists, the sequel to the original, not as good. Just BB2, pop, adult contemporary, huh. I cannot picture a radio station where that actually fits in without it just being, and here's something weird, I guess. It has been too long since I've seen the new Gone in 60 Seconds for me to remember quotes. So it's probably time for me to watch it again because it's going to feel very fresh. U.S. radio landscape's pretty dire. Only extremely. Although when you say that it's like BBC Two, like you guys have like 4 radio stations or something. I don't know how that's better, but you know, whatever. Thought Arizona had better radio stations given the climate. At least not for me. BBC has about 11. Yeah, but that's like it though, isn't it? Like you don't have other independent ones? Maybe you do? There's way more than 11 here. They just all suck. So, I'm not sure what you mean no, because I said too many things, sorry. We have plenty of independents. Okay. '84 radio stations available in the car. Okay. Maybe I don't understand that landscape then. Because I know you got the weird digital radio stuff, and I have literally only ever heard people in the UK talking about listening to BBC radio stations. So perhaps my exposure to that has not been very educational. Okay, these are all of the large page scans now. I'm going to go ahead and flip through these to see what they look like. Oh, wow, did the Epson scanner... So, Digital Ice Age, if you're still here, I have not found a way of changing the color settings in the command line version of the scan software, so it always looks like this, which is not going to be acceptable, and I am going to have to crush this. So I don't know if you have experimented with that, but yeah, that's way too crushed for me to not crush the other ones. I really hope there's a way of doing color on that, but so far, no dice. 92.3, 101, techno, and then became rap, then classic rap. By becoming rap and then classic rap, do you mean they kept playing the same music and the world changed around them? Wait, was there one non-lowercase? Oh, okay, it's just slightly shifted down. Ouch, but kind of. The gamma issue is weird. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. So I'm going to have to, I'm actually going to do separate color processing, I guess, for the two batches, which is going to be a pain in the butt. Just reminded me my sub expired 30 seconds ago.
With pride. They've subscribed for 31 months. And says would help if I press the share button first, wouldn't it?
End of line.
Man, I do that all the time too, so don't feel too bad. But thank you for the 31 months of Prime sub there. I appreciate that. What does scan image A report? Let's detour. Should have put that into the last, but at least we'll be the only command there. Donating bits to the Amiga Fund. Well, good news is that was it capital A? Because I remember we did this. I'll history grep scan image after this. Is it H? Okay. Repair, upgrade. I don't actually know if it works. So repair might not be incorrect. So there's that. There's depth. Yeah, I haven't seen any color options. Anyway, I don't know what I will or will not need. I'm not saying give me money for Amiga. There's better things that I'm spending my money on that are also extremely expensive. That I think are more beneficial. But yeah. I'll say this last night. I probably shouldn't have, but I got the idea stuck in my head and I couldn't get it out. And I looked on eBay and then there was like literally the perfect listing. So I did. Something that was better than Amiga? Yeah, everything. I bought a CD changer robot. It was $300, but it's brand new in the box, I think. So we're going to be doing we're going to be doing the CD ripping script again on stream much more seriously because I'm going to have to be able to control that from it. So CD ripping in bulk is going to be a thing now. Beige one, this one's actually black. It's also got 3 drives in their DVD. Thinking about how to make one easily last night for 300 win. Yeah. Can we see a picture? No, I don't want to yet. It also comes with a bonus second one. So there are actually 2 of these. And the other one is some kind of weird hopper-based thing where you put a stack of discs on top and it just like drops them into the tray, reads it, and then like kicks it out off to the side. So there's a 3-drive, 200 disc capacity one. Digital Ice Age, it's just... He's so the worst. So there's 2 of them here that I've got. Magic of buying 2 of them. Yeah, it wasn't intentional. I would have preferred to save money and not buy 2 of them. But also, now I got one for home and one for the office. Your idea involved a vacuum pump. So the way that these all work is they clip into the center hub. That's how they do it. Because that's a lot more standardized for the size due to like laptop style drives. Computer connected CD changer. So we'll see how it ends up working. It's actually meant to be a disk duplicator. So you'd like put in a bunch of blank disks and then just burn them all in bulk. So they're DVD RW drives. And the idea that I am going to use is for ripping CDs, of course. So I'm probably going to end up manually controlling everything, and I might reconnect the drives to another computer or Raspberry Pi or something. So, who wants a terabyte thumb drive for VM's robot CD changer? Yeah, at best it's going to hold like 200 gigs. But I was already thinking, how hard would it be to program some kind of Tower of Hanoi library system where it knows it could just like restack the disks to get to the exact one that it needs. So you could totally use it as a read-only storage mechanism. Scan image device, get all the... So these are the specific ones for the device. We have done that before, but it just, since there's only one, it does show what the specific options are for the device. But as far as I can tell, there is no color option. Anyway. There's an ICC profile, which seems really dumb. If I knew how to make custom ICC profiles, I would be in heaven, but I don't know how to do that. Because I've had monitors that are awful, and if I could apply a custom ICC profile to them without having to get out, like, actually, it wasn't a monitor. I forget what it was. There was something I wanted to be able to do that with, but I couldn't figure it out. And a color calibrator was not an option. But yeah, anyway. We need tower Vinoy storage, yeah. Totally everyone puts me in the mind of Sherwood 5-disc CD carousel parents still use. Those are cool too. This is closer to the like 200 disc libraries where it like slides the disc out. So. But yeah, that's the kind of expensive thing that I am better off putting my money into than, like, Amiga stuff. Sorry. I'm also not going to hot rod the Amiga, which is going to drive people insane, because that's the only thing they do with them. Sucks if you want to wind your way down to the... yeah, tower in order sounds more like LTO. To read block N, first you need to solve for reading block N1. Yeah. Does the Amiga work? No idea. You know a method to get read-only USB storage. So you're saying create a partition on the flash drive and mark it as read-only? No, I don't know how, because that's probably something going to be specific to Windows, and I don't know if NTFS has flags for stuff like that. You're also going to run into a problem where on flash drives, specifically with Windows, if they have multiple partitions, I think it only mounts the first partition. Or was it the last? I don't know. But if you have multiple partitions on a flash drive, it does not automatically mount them all in Windows. Linux will, because Linux is, you know, awesome, but Windows is weird. Replace the drives in autoloader, use redumper-friendly drives? Maybe. Because I do have some Plex stores sitting around that are not currently being used that I did buy because they were in a... Ooh. Ho, ho, hello, actually here. Hold on. Ooh. Things might be falling into place here. So I've shown this before. Didn't even think about that. This gives me a really valid excuse to do a thing that I feel guilty about. But it would be better. So I have this. This is a dual drive. It's technically a karaoke disc duplicator, which I do want to try just as a disc duplicator for karaoke discs, because that means that it copies sub-channel data, which is kind of nuts. I also want to buy one of the PlayStation games that has sub-channel copy protection, but I suspect they're weird import games that are going to be super expensive, so I don't know if I'm actually going to do that. Anyway, those are two Plex Store drives, and if I could put those in the disk duplicator instead, that would free up this case for me to put floppy drives in to make a much better grease weasel setup here. So maybe there's a path here that makes a lot more sense. I'm going to leave that out. IDS4 handy, but the advanced color correction settings might be locked behind the absent scan image program. Yeah, probably. So, my options are this, which has buffering issues, or bad color. Excuse me. Actually, I'm not even seeing color options here.
100 things are meant to make sense here. That's it. I'm off.
End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. How much storage are you thinking about? Kind of small? What are you talking about? Kind of storage? It's not. That's not going to be a NAS or anything. It would be just a disk reader. But yeah, replacing the drives in the duplicator with those might be a good idea. So actually, what could super duper make sense is I put those two Plex stores in there, and then I have a spare LG Blu-ray drive that I could also connect. I bought it to do... I bought it because the Blu-ray disc manufacturing was... Let me look at your sample here. Wow, that is way different from the results I'm getting. So much different. Was this scanned in Windows or Linux? Because maybe the Linux drivers are just bad. Look at that guy showing off his Beam Spring keyboard. So rude. Anyway, what was the last thing I talked about before stream went down? Did it go down again? Oh, looks like it's good now. Did you compare the weirdly slow Epson scanning tool to scan image? I didn't even get to the GUI. Okay, so something to do with BD drives. Blu-ray drives being the next thing to have to hoard. Okay. So GUI scan tool, okay? Image color, there's no settings there. There's no settings here for changing color options. None of this allows me to... Okay, there's the color options. It's the big things that are brightness, contrast, and gamma. Oh, no. So I should scan using this? All right, for the Blu-ray drive, let me finish that story. So the disc duplicator robot I have coming has 3 drive bays in it, all right? I could put 2 of those Plex Store drives in there and then put 1 Blu-ray drive in there to have all the disc reading capability that I need. So I bought the Blu-ray drive because Blu-ray production is coming to a close and I didn't want the drive prices to skyrocket before I hoarded some. I have 3 Blu-ray drives now. They are all the same brand though, unfortunately. Or maybe the one in this one isn't. I don't know what that is. I'm not going to bother looking it up right now, but yeah. Anyway, I was only asking in case produce different output. Blu-ray is dying. I think Sony... I don't know. Sony ended something about Blu-ray production. Sony ends Blu-ray production. Yeah, here we go. So something about making Blu-rays is going away. So anyway, I just, before people started getting too crazy, I flinched and I bought some spare drives. So, actually I have 4 drives, because I forgot I also bought a slimline. Never use it for BD, yeah. Anyway, Digital Ice Age, it looks like color options are here. So, let me try a scan with this. The biggest problem with this software, though, is that it doesn't properly write. I wish I could get it to not buffer stuff. That would be all I need. Well, for this one, I'm going to not rescan because it's a very complicated page order for this one, so I don't want to deal with it. The next one, which won't happen today, not because this has taken 8 million years to actually get done, but because it's not going to be scanned through the ADF. So, small F, we're back. So annoying. With scan image? Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. It must just use some default that's bad. Maybe an ICC profile would fix it. Well, it didn't profile into the TIFF file. No, that's not going to do it. Maybe if I scanned as TIFF and not JPEG? I don't know. So yeah, there are no color options there. All right, is the stream currently acceptable so I can continue? Stream is good. All right, let's keep on trucking. All right, let's do this one.
Vitokanev is gifting one tier 1 subs to Tankis' community. They've gifted a total of 23 in the channel.
End of line.
Vital Cave, thank you for the gifted sub. I do appreciate that. Why did that work? So, why did Deck Talk actually read that? Is it because that was a random sub? So it's a single individual gift sub, targeted one. Somehow I was not able to renew my sub? Oh, that's strange. Because I have a 2-fix API issue. Maybe it's a single targeted sub that doesn't work. But that did work. Okay, weird. But thank you. All right, let's do this. All right, that'll work. I'm gonna try to not save that, so repeat levels. I think I can do that like this. Yes, and that should look good because it's all the same scanner with the same settings. Oh, see, that looks fantastic. Go on and start reading out of Huff, yeah. This isn't gonna work, because... Wait, did I not gradient this? I don't think I did. One moment. Add alpha channel, add layer mask, that's it. And then this, and then meh. Or perhaps that. That'll work, okay. Boom, golden. Okay, so now I save this, and then I'm gonna merge this down. Boom. And then I'm gonna apply the color. And I'm gonna stupid transparent. Fill with white, blah, 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 blah. Move that down, save. Okay. Now merge it flat. Down. Down. And then levels. Okay. So that is keeping one of the page splits and whatever that dot is. So that's something. All right. I guess image merge flat. I can... I don't really want to. All right. Control F. Well, that seems a little brighter than the other ones. Why? Why is the black level not as deep? Yeah, it's definitely not as deep. What happened? Let me try that on this. That seems better. Yeah, there's something weird about this one. All right, I'm going to manually redo this. Maybe that one too. Okay, that's blank. We can do this, though, first. That's not going to work. I have no idea what you guys are talking about, but seeing Firebird on Blu-ray makes me think of Firefly on Blu-ray. And I'll add that I own Serenity on HD DVD. I don't know how I end up on tangents all the time. It's not like my brain just randomly connects things that don't make any sense. Alright, colors, levels. Let's do some color leveling. Okay, this is probably like the best possible spot I could look at this from. Okay, let's do that. And then this, and then...
is gifting 5 tier 1 subs to Tech Pages' community. They've gifted a total of 185 in the channel.
End of line.
Wesley, yeah, for sure. Spooky, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Waterworld on HD DVD. Ooh, that's an interesting one. Nearly everyone should have King Kong on HD DVD. The real people will remember why. Movies you have on D Theater, Galaxy Quest. Then that's it. Which is still, you know, perfect movie. But that's it. Because, like, there's not a lot of D Theater movies, and I don't want to pay D Theater movie prices. Alright, that'll do. Let's export these. I've never seen or been exposed to any Harry Potter media, so that doesn't really matter for me. It's just not my thing. Alright, so that works perfectly. Was this the wrong number? I think it was. Whoops. Oh well. Oh, wait, no. I don't want to do this yet. Also, why are these, like... That's wrong. We don't want those. Did I not... I didn't export these. I'm an idiot. Okay, also I need to unplug the floppy drives. It's driving me crazy. Now I know DVHS was a thing. Yeah, I have a player in the other room that needs the power supply recapped. I don't remember if I ordered the caps or not, but it's on the backlog. I own one of the very rare displays that will actually work with the DRM for it, so I want to demo it at some point. Yeah, it's a weird one. Oh man, I need a good stretch here. Okay. Let's actually export all these. File. Yeah, let's start here. Export as big done. Because this is going to be stupid. IMG 31 do that. Okay. Let me make sure that this has the most recent up-to-date version of Scan to PDF real quick. Because I believe I probably did the modification on here, but there's a version of it now that does.
CHER 100 are we meant a big stretch? Streamers like we do cats.
End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. All right, so this should have it. Should be an option to not output a PDF. So that it can, you can work with just the images if you're doing full processing. So what's it called? Page order, help detailed, stack flip, rotate, OCR, name, disable PDF. Okay, perfect. So we'll do that. Let's just get that running in the background right now, actually. Open with... GIMP. Should have done this a little while ago, now that I think about it. Okay, what color processing do we want here? Maybe none. Maybe I just want grayscale. Because it's already pretty crushed.
Spauken says CHER 100-FOR -D.
End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits, Spooky. Now let's just do the crop. And I'll make it grayscale on this pass. Bottom prop's probably going to be about 4,000 pixels. Seems to be the... No, it's going to be like 2,700 seems to be the number. Okay, so we'll bottom margin crop 2,700 pixels. No, I don't want to open settings. Go away, settings. Okay. So, scan to PDF. We'll margin crop left 0, right 0, bottom 2,700. All right. We will grayscale it. We are going to disable PDF output. We're going to export images to a folder called build. And the page order is sequential. Nothing weird there. We don't need anything else, so star.jpg. Okay. What are you talking about? Gamma expected one argument. That's true. What is grayscale for single letter? What is it, A? Something weird like that? X. Cool. Makes sense. Stupid English only having 26 letters. All right, there we go. Blah. That's weird. Why are there only 81 pages? 80 files.
Subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 35 months, currently on a 35-month streak. And says Shelby Juden, the HDMI cable hoarder. I had to mess with payments BTW.
End of line.
It did really good pronouncing my last name. I would not have guessed that. Thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 35 months. I appreciate that, Vile Kneve. Thank you. Yes, I am. Dude, you have no idea how many HDMI cables this VGA capture monster down here has consumed for all of the stuff. And it's gonna get more in there because there's some HDMI splitters that I need to run internally for things. So it's not done. All right, why is this wrong? Is it hoarding if you actually use them? Yeah, really, that's the thing. Why is this not working?
Algemet says we do not talk about the VGA cables, and especially not the branding CHER 100.
End of line.
We're probably getting to the point where we're okay to talk about that now. Okay, why is this failing? Using HDMI is still VGA capture. I mean, if the source input is VGA, then yes. And it depends on how I'm doing it. So anything you see on stream is going to be done through a VGA to HDMI scaler. So the scaler is capturing HDMI or VGA and then converting it into an HDMI output. So it is still VGA capture, but anything I do in a video will be pure analog VGA capture that I can work with that way. It's ridiculous how much stuff is integrated into this. I've shown it on stream somewhat recently. The fact that I can just walk over to the desk, turn on one of the computers, and get VGA capture over here should tell you how insane the setup is. I wish I could leverage it more, but it would require me to review software, which every single time I try to do that, the videos always tank. So it's never practical for me to do it, other than to make a video that goes, here's how it works, but you don't want to watch me use it. All right. Margin crop 3. List index out of range. So it's something to do with the margin crop. Oh, I didn't add the top. Idiot. Okay, there we go. Now it'll work. That was my fault. Okay.
Laura Kuhn says CHER 100. I'm sorry, you can't imagine the level of insanity I have for your capture setups.
End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. What just crashed in the background? I wasn't paying attention. It was GIMP! No! I didn't save all the images. I was gonna do that while this was processing in the background. Oh. Well, no, we don't want autosave Digital Ice Age, because the last thing I did was compress all the layers and color correct them. I was gonna export them one at a time now. I did save all of the merged, or the masked layers, though, so we'd still have all of the big work, but now I have to redo the color correction. Dummy. Alright. Let's look at this really quick, see what this looks like. That's wrong! This goes here. That was top, bottom, not bottom, top. Pages are in order, right? Yeah, they are. Okay. Open game and hope it says recover stuff. Yeah, I need to let this finish, though. This probably used so much RAM that the computer was like, nope, kill it. Kill anything using RAM that's not in focus. I'm not sure what you're asking pre-breakfast. So the program I'm running right now, yeah, digitalization, yeah. So this has 24 gigs of RAM. It should have 32, but I am really stupid, apparently, and haven't tried to file a warranty claim for the bad stick of 8 gigs of RAM for it. I should run this processing on my server. I should just scan here and then post-process on the server, but that would require my internet to allow me to upload images. Yeah. Anyway. Sorry, I inhaled coffee. Don't inhale coffee. It's bad for you. Anyway, there's a video on my second channel about this software if you want to know what it is and how it works, because I wrote it, that's doing this post-processing here. That will kind of... Why is that so bright? And then that's not bright. I don't know if the print is variable between pages or what. Let's just look. So that's page I versus page 2I. Oh no, that's just straight up fainter. Okay, so some of these are faint. That's what it is. Good to know. Do I have a ham license? No. I don't want one. You know, our real dad can't tell me what to trust me what to do. Coffee dust, don't breathe this, yeah. Accurate archival? I guess. Fine. Look at those JPEG artifacts. That's definitely making me think I'm doing this poorly. Why does that look so bad? I think ImageMagick by default, I mean, yes, it's just, in this case, we're going to recompress this. All right, I'm going to add a GitHub issue to this where it needs an option to set the image format. It's non-negotiable. It needs it. Uh-oh. I didn't notice this. No module found. Write a check to see if it's installed or if it automatically... I'm not automatically installing anything. I literally... It says right in the thing. You gotta, like... Somewhere here. Thought I had it in there. Yeah, dependencies. From pip. Wand OCR by PDF. Let's add pip. It ran. Yeah, that's what it... It's marked as a dependency. I'll reply to them later. New issue. Add format output option. Especially for multi-step processing, and output format option needs to be able to be specified for, I mean, just specified. And I'm sure this is a word that has a correct spelling. Look, Firefox is saying I spelled it right. If I don't click anywhere else, it's going to keep saying I spelled it right. Drat. was I going to do? Okay, we'll just ignore this for now. Okay. Let's open GIMP and hope for the best. Yeah, I'm going to close Xane. Let's be real. We're probably not going to get the other one done today, are we? File. Open recent. Well, didn't offer to recover everything, so... Yay. Let's open these one at a time. How about we do that? And how about we don't open them in Gwenview? Okay. There is a flatten image option, right? Pretty sure. Flatten. Just because it'll make... I think you can do it in one process then, rather than multiple. Alright, well I'm going to be a little more aggressive about how I crush this, since apparently the page ink quality does differ a lot. Alright, that'll work. File, export as, and then we do build. Oh. It renumbered them because it's not super dumb. Well, that sucks. Oh, that's a better idea. I didn't know it could do that. All right, one moment. Okay, so until these numbers no longer match, which I don't remember, it's somewhere around 30. 30. So 30 to this. Put them in here. For file in star.jpg. Do echo file. Done. Okay. Move file, a file. Okay. Take these out, put them here. All right. From 34 to 80. We do group C. And then, okay, well, this is also group C. This, DE. It's group E. Okay. So this is the first page of group D. File, export, build, D. 01. Ugh. Rename the page, inserts, go after A, for example. Yeah, but I'm going to have to run a really annoying I don't want to save it as a PNG. What are you, insane? I'm going to have to run an annoying Linux sort command that has to do it via numbers, and then it won't work right. So I just want to make sure that that works correctly. So that's what I'm concerned about. Okay, so it should be this 6.1, 6.2, but they don't want to print 6.2 on the other side, so there should be 6.3, and that is 6.3, 6.4. Okay. So it's going to be ls star.jpg sort capital V is what I'm going to run. So I have to make sure this works correctly like that. And adding the postfix lettering can be weird. I find prefix lettering works better. So that's what it has to be. Okay, this one I think is whatever the next page is. Filters, repeat levels, just whatever, because it's a white page. Who cares? New from visible? That'll do. File, export as, and then we go build, find group D, and then make it 2. So make sure the number of files for the compiled PDF is an even number. Yes. Yeah, it will be. I'm not even sure the software will work if you try to do it with an odd number of pages. I may have written it in such a way that it breaks if you attempt to do that. Which I don't think is the correct way that it should work, because in theory you could use this to build a synthetic PDF as well. So I probably shouldn't have it work that way. But oh well. New from visible. I love this new from visible option. I will not remember it, unfortunately. It seems really good. It's not going to stick in my brain. I wish it would, but it isn't. I know me, and unfortunately me is dumb. Could add a check with a warning. For what? Odd numbered pages? Well, what I'm saying is right now it might actually just crash if you attempted to do it. I'm not sure. I do some weird math that lets it handle some things, and it may not like odd numbered pages. CDI manual, you missed a blank page. I think I missed the inside of the cover. Yeah. Got reversed halfway through. Wait, halfway through? I don't like halfway through. Oh yeah, the wheel printer e-manual's up. So that's correct. That's all long nonsense. Uh-oh, I don't like that. Also, this looks terrible. What the heck? Did archive.org, like, redo the JPEGiness and it, or redo the image color? Because that looks awful. That's page 204. Alt scroll. It's always alt scroll in this. No, that's... I mean, it's not great, but I don't think it's as bad. Yeah. They've done some kind of color thing to this. So on both of these, there are very faint JPEG artifacts around those, but they are more pronounced on the archive.org one for some reason. Oh, it's that. Okay. All right, then. Yeah, because this is awful. Yeah, I don't know what page. You sure it's a blank page? Yeah, it must have happened during this stupid, maybe it was right here. So, 7-3. So we're missing 6-7-4. I know how, because it's like a manual thing that I had to flip through. Let me make sure 6-7-4 is actually blank, because I'm not sure that that's gonna be. I might need to correct this. We're missing a page. Six seven four is not blank. It details the printer. It's one of the ones that I would have probably actually needed. I had to do the same thing here, so this kind of sucks because I'm going to have to wedge this in somewhere here now, too. Let's open Xane. Why are there so many? Yeah, it's a real page. Sucks for archive.org. I gotta re-upload this because it's not a small PDF. Reset the scan. And I guess... Okay, that went into the wrong folder, of course. That is... supposedly 16? Where'd it go? No, it'll be 15. So it's this. Yeah, definitely very glad we caught that. Okay, I'm going to put that there. I actually did have a process for this, huh? Okay, so let's do this. Colors, levels. No, not curves. Colors, levels. 0.83 for white balance will be minus about 20%, so that'll be minus about 50. 0.21 will be about 55. Gamma 0.93. Okay, how's that looking? Good enough. Just wanted to match the others. All right. Whoops. Yeah, that looks correct. Looks a little aggressive. These are pretty aggressive. Okay, fine. File export as service manual merged. Okay, let's figure out what number this is. When I save the settings when you scan the manual the first time around, if you go down in the presets menu on the levels window. Well, I did it here. So I used my scan software to do the color correction in bulk. So these are the exact settings that I used. It's similar to what I'm doing this time, but I didn't make a script last time, or this time. I did do it last time. Okay, yeah, let's figure out which page that is. So it's page 204, output. 101, 194. Why? Not wide. Oh, it's not merged. Merged. Okay. 190, 95. Okay, so it's gonna be somewhere around here. 8. Nope, it's gotta be further back. 7.3, 7.2. Okay. So 37, between 37 and 38. We're gonna try it this time. Okay. And then I did not use a command for this because I think I just merged all of the images. Let me make sure that this flows well enough. Yeah, you can't really tell the difference. Okay. Oh, awesome. It's so terrible it broke archive.org. Oh, no. Oh, this file is large. Yeah, I don't know what the file size is, but if it's too big, it won't do that. If you look, the Bell & Howell 150, M150, whatever it is, manual I scanned, I left them as like gargantuan TIFFs in the PNG, and it hates that too. All right, let me double check the number here really quick. 7374. Okay, that's good. All right, well, now I'm going to let this run. This is going to take a little bit because I want to fix this. So here we go. Scan to PDF. Wait. JPEG. Star.jpeg. Actually, I'm going to do the weird sort thing. LS star.jpeg sort v. Let me see what that looks like first. Just want to make sure that the sub number works correctly. Wide 378. Okay, it does work correctly. Okay, then we have to do O2-J. I'll do 75. This I bet I should look at my Git history or command history for this. Right, PD, PHP log save, fatal error. I didn't know you could see a log. That's kind of cool. History, grep, scan. Oh, did I do this on my laptop or something? File cabinet, basic manual. Why do I not have a command for the service manual? Did I do that first or something? Did I do it here? Merged. Okay. And then I imported. Okay, we can just rerun that. Okay, that's fine. All right. This. And then, did I save whatever this is? Because it's probably going to crash again. Build. D3. Wow, that's a big image. Let me just save the output of the other one. 565. Okay, so this will be the blank one. Colors, levels. Wait, hold on. New from visible. Just go up. Close enough. File. Export as. Build D4. Okay. And then we'll just close this because it's going to crash anyway. And process. Okay, we're fixing the dot manual. Not a lot I can do. This is just going to take time. We are super definitely not scanning the other one today. That's unfortunate. The other one's a more important one by a lot. But this kind of disrupted it. 3 disconnects, yeah, really. I might have to take this file home to upload it too. At least the 1206 manual won't be as difficult because it's not going to have ultra super wide pages that have to be joined. That really killed the momentum today. It is shocking how just a small deviation from the workflow can really make it grind to a halt. One thing I'm definitely going to want to add to the CD robot. I'm going to want a webcam pointed at the disk trays for taking screenshots, or, well, screen grabs of disk labels. I think that'll be a good idea. It's going to look awful, but it'll be a really easy way to ID disk images. That's going to require more logic and other stuff be added to the Pi disk rip. That program's going to get so complicated. 24-hour disk webcam rip stream. I don't think it will take that, well... Would it take that long? It depends on the discs. I hadn't really thought about how long it could take to actually process a queue of 200 CDs. How long is it going to take to just load 200 CDs? Yeah, Ben. Because the thing about loading it with that many discs is that I'm not shucking them from the jewel cases. I will want to return them. So I will have to do it in an organized way. So Digital Ice Age, I bought, and it's going to be delivered someday, one of the CD-arm towers that can put a disc in a tray in a CD drive. To like, it's meant for CD duplication, but I'm going to use it for bulk ripping. Return the discs to the store? I'm talking about ripping the CDs I have. Mailbox style CD towers. I don't know what you mean by mailbox style. Going to return them. Okay, apparently I'm going to put them back in the disc jewel cases. I mean... Yeah, I'm not going to run some kind of bulk piracy disc copying scheme. Here we go. This is what I got. This is what's coming. And also as a bonus, this. These are both coming, actually. Oh, I love how that just falls into a spindle box. That's amazing. I didn't even notice that. But yeah, so those are the two things. So, robot arm, and then this one's just some kind of hopper eject system. So I'm going to repurpose this for ripping. It's meant for disk duplication. That's what I was saying with the Tower of Hanoi stuff. You could, if you programmed in a Tower of Hanoi, like, management library thing, you could 100% do it. It's even weirder than what I was picturing. Have you never seen one of those before? There are a bunch of them that exist. They've been around for a really long time. This is the step up from the, like, tower of, like, 12 drives that people would use for small-scale stuff. This allows you to really bulk do that. Yeah. Once you've ripped your queue, you can repurpose it as a CD Frisbee, yeah. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. That should be a really nice way of doing this. Enclosed style CD jukeboxes. Yeah, I don't... So, I think those are just for playback, right? Wait, you're talking about the Pioneer DRM series? Oh no, those are god awful. No, they don't work. I own the majority of those drives. They don't support the correct CD-ROM functionality. They only work with... They're really meant for playing audio. So I do have those. I have the 1804X, the 20. I have them all. I have enough that I'm done buying them. Let me put it that way. But yeah, those drives are bad. They're just bad CD drives. Gonna start offering CD ripping services. Mega Patreon perk. Not a Patreon perk, but I am genuinely considering offering professional media archiving services. That could be that could be interesting. But it wouldn't be a Patreon thing. Like, it would be per job. Something looks crazy. What? Well, not, I mean, yes, they do. They go up that big, but there are smaller ones. So look up DRM 604, and you'll find one. That's the more normal one. They were meant for, like radio stations, actually, like we were talking about, to be able to play audio CDs. So, $1,000 an hour. Yeah, I would not stream other people's material because I don't want to show their material, and I don't want people asking me to show their material. So no, I would not stream that. And it wouldn't end up being per hour. Documents could be per hour, but stuff like CDs, DVDs, and that kind of stuff would be per quantity. With a handling fee minimum kind of thing. I don't want someone sending me like 10 CDs and thinking they're going to get it done for like $20. So, because if it's like, 100 discs or something, maybe $2 a disc once the machine's loaded. It's not that bad. Depending on how they want the media returned. But yeah. If you're going to leave suckers' money on the table, that's for you. And, it wouldn't, privacy-wise, make sense. I think floppy disks is where it would get more complicated. Because IBM PC stuff, that'd be a cakewalk. But if anyone has anything weird, extracting files from that could be a problem. Especially if, like, let's say you have some business that has a Word document. Okay, not even a Word document, just some kind of word processor document from the late 80s, okay? It's not necessarily Microsoft Word, and I could potentially extract the text, but not the formatted text. But they would expect that you just present them a Word document, because people aren't technical in nature. They would think, oh, I used a word processor on this computer in the 80s, I would expect it to just be a Word document that would be pulled off of there, even though it's not even close. So there's stuff like that where I think it could get complicated. So it's difficult to say how files would be handled. Yeah, Format C, you may have seen what I'm talking about then. So the biggest drive I have, the DRM 1804X, holds 18 CDs and came with drivers that would allow you to run a DOS TSR that could control audio playback and disc changing. So it was pretty fancy, but it was definitely geared towards audio. I have been able to use it to read CD-ROMs, but it's not good at it. And oh my God, mounting it in Windows is such a mistake, because you open it and then Windows wants to see what is in all of the drives, so it tries to read every single drive, which means for all 18 drives, it attempts to read each one, and it takes like 10 seconds to change. So you're waiting 3 minutes for it to go through them. It's bad. Oh, the name sounds familiar, Ben, but I can't place it. Let's see what's on my phone. Some Crisis stuff. Switch 2 stuff. More Switch 2 stuff. Space science stuff that doesn't matter. The weird gas plasma cube. Something about Doom the Dark Ages. No one cares. A spoiler for Tron. Not a big spoiler, apparently. I won't say it in case anyone else cares, but it's a minor spoiler. Alright, so this is done. This is a 300 megabyte PDF, by the way. But since it's JPEG, it's actually kind of performant. What was yours, Digital Ice Age, for your small company book thing? Let's make sure the page alignment looks correct. Yeah, it's better now. It's fixed now. Okay, that's better. Yeah, so these connected with SCSI format C, the ones that I'm talking about. All right, can I re-upload this? Less than that. Yeah, but what I mean, what images did you put in there? Are they TIFFs? Are they PNGs? Because if they're JPEGs, that doesn't make sense unless it's enormous. I'm not gonna say the Tron spoiler. It bothers me slightly, so I don't want to say it. But I will say they didn't even slightly try to hide it. The existence of the Comic-Con panel just kind of spoils it in general. So I'll say that. If you want to know what the spoiler is, you can just look at the Comic-Con panel, but don't say it. PNGs, why would you use PNGs? No offense, but like that's kind of crazy. I would use TIFFs over PNGs, because wouldn't more software support TIFFs? But that definitely explains your file size. I would never use PNGs. It's... Huh. I get PNGs because they're lossless, but like, ouch. Alright, I think I'm ready to upload this, or attempt to upload this, or copy this to a flash drive so I can upload it at home. Came out smaller than the JPEGs. What? How? Wild that PNGs were smaller. You have me curious to try something. How difficult would it be to duplicate this folder? Merged PNG. Not bad. Okay. Hold on. Let's try a thing. I need to do this. Local, share, KIO, service menus, git, pull, because I don't think I've done this yet. Git, reset, hard, head, git, pull. What? You have divergent branches? What are you talking about? Get status. Door branch and main origin have diverged. Guess I've done a commit I didn't push. What? No, I don't want to merge anything. I don't know what just happened, but whatever. Okay, hold on. Image magic, convert to PNG. Yeah, PNGs are universally bigger for me. I don't know how you had that happen. Are you sure it saved them as PNGs and not JPEGs? Because I have never seen PNGs be smaller than the respective JPEGs. Weird. I don't think processing should matter. And again, these are heavily processed too. I mean, this is basically pure white. I regret selecting all of these now because I can't actually stop the process I started and it's going way slower than I thought it would. I'll leave the drive plugged in so we can finish the other thing. Okay, so we need... what? Are we done? Wait, is this just ready to be built? Aside from covers? Big, hold on. 1, 2, 1, 2. No, we need these still. That's right. Okay, I lost the color correction and processing on these, so let's redo this. One with GIMP. Okay, yeah, I guess if they were 100% quality JPEGs, but I'm still not sure that I've ever seen that cause that kind of difference. I don't know. Here, you know what? Let's for giggles. 38, 40, 21, 60. Filters, render, noise. Simple noise. No. Filters. Noise. RGB noise. Okay. So, completely not compressible data. Alright. File. Export as noise.png. Default, whatever settings for PNG here. So 14 megabytes for PNG. Export as JPEG 100%, leaving everything else export. 21. Okay. So that was it. It was 100% JPEG. Why? %, JPEG might be lossless at least. No, it's lossy. There are changes. Apparently the difference isn't super big. Difference mode over the PNG, I guarantee you that'll be lossless, but we can try that. Difference mode over the JPEG didn't help that much. But I'll zoom in and switch between them. Yeah, it's going to be nothing. PNG's lossless. Yeah, nothing's changing. So yeah, I guess if you're using 100% JPEGs, that'll do it. I'll say this, particularly for monochrome stuff, as long as you keep into like 90% JPEG quality, the DCT encoding will really well maintain the image quality, so you're not going to lose much. And if you're JPEGing a color image, just pixel double it, and then you can JPEG it, and if you really want the compression and image quality, that will do it. That's how I do video capture, is I will use a lossy format, but I will pixel double it, which gets it over the chroma subsampling threshold, which then makes it lossless, effectively, but with compression. But it's, you know, finger quotes, lossless. So that's my trick. Because our image codecs are stupid. And a pixel double image is smaller than a lossless image, but higher quality than a non-pixel double image. It's, yeah. All right, filters, colors, levels. Okay, I think this gets saved as B. Build. Yeah. So B01, B1. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Let's save the other one, and then while that's building, I want to try a synthetic JPEG test. Yeah, looks good enough. Okay, file, export as build B2. Okay. Boom. All right. I haven't processed the covers yet, though. Oh, these need to be in there. Ugh. Am I even going to get this one done today? Okay, this needs some gamma adjustment because this is way brighter in person. It's more like that. It is color, but it's not like crazy. All right, I'm also going to be super lazy here. So file, export, cover. And I'm going to take this one, which... well, that didn't work the way I wanted it to. Does this work? Let's try this. File, export as back. That, nope, 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 nope. That's not what I want. File, export, back. Okay. Now what does this look like? Still not right. Okay. I was hoping I could just stack the images and then crop. Maybe if I did it all at once. Guess I can do it that way. So do this. So these are the inside and the inside of the covers. So now if I just do Control A, this, and then pull this up here, I can crop both of these at once. Boom. So we'll do this one first. File, actually, hold on, Control F, Control F. Wait, no, I just did it twice to the same one. There. File, export as, let's see, build. Is it numbered from 1? It is, I can cheat. Yes, 0. Go. We'll do the inside back as whatever +1 for the last one. Okay, so this 81. Wasn't there supposed to be a page 81 though? Oh, it's that. Okay. I did name that correctly, right? I didn't just overwrite something. Yes. Okay, so now we can do, basically I'm going to save this over here. Go back to this. So, title, model, hold on. Computer, you know what, no. Well, just model Q3-30 thermal printer technical manual. What do they think they were? Data General giving it some kind of weirdo product name number. 01118A. There we are. Okay. So it's covers, but then it's cover and back. Because why would I be consistent? Cover, back, and then this is build. Outside of that, everything else stays the same. I don't want to grayscale. Everything that should be grayscaled is. We do OCR. All that fun. I did OCR the service manual. Okay. Save. And I think that's ready to go. Process. Go. Broom. Broom. There it goes. Okay. All right, let's make a synthetic JPEG test. I'm just curious. 640 by 480. Okay. Go. Dude. Oh, wait. Hold on. New. 640, 480. Okay. All right, I'm going to make 2 lines that are 1 pixel. One of them will be black. One of them will be red. Okay. File, export as. Gonna just put it in the home folder. Line DCT 1x. Okay. And then we'll make this 90%. Export as a 90% JPEG. Okay. File, export as a 60. No, let's go 80. Let's do it in 10% steps. Okay, so 80. File, export as 70. We'll go down to 50. As 60. Probably a way to programmatically do this, but whatever. File, export as 50. Okay. So, I think, yeah, oh wow, that's 50. Okay, so let's go up to 90. So 90 is already doing some wonky DCT stuff, but those are okay. 60, little rougher around there. 70, still hasn't bled over too bad yet. 80 or 60, still actually better than I would have guessed. Getting some ringing. All right, I am live, right? Yeah, okay. Wait, oh, I lost chat over here. Dang it. Try to reprocess, re-upload a book PDF, but I'm pretty sure you need to email an admin to restart, to rederive an archive. Oh, well, that's going to be a problem for me fixing the dot service manual. And H. Vontres, yeah, I'm not going to use that image for the reasons that it sounds like you know why. But I lost... No, that's working. Why is this not updating? Okay, no, the internet is down over here. It's just, yeah, okay. Line is flagged, waiting for admin. Think that's a showstopper? For you, it should be fine. Why? What did I do that's so special? Well, I'm just restarting the Raspberry Pi for the 3 billionth time this stream. Use an actual photograph isn't useful test here, assuming I understand which tangent we're currently on. Yes, we're currently on yes. What Digitalized Stage said about VGA stuff. Oh my gosh, I can't remember. Chroma subsampling, jeez. But yes. So, Digitalized Stage, when I do VGA footage, yes, I oversample. I pixel double nearest neighbor scale, however you want to think about it. I just do it 2x. It's all it takes for video JPEG quality. I was kind of curious how it would work on actual JPEGs because I've never tried before. So it looks like I should have internet in a moment here. Come on. Come on. There we go. Now I do. Line art and photographs, yeah, very different. Why JPEG sucks on line art and you get better results with PNG. Yes, PNG, this would be pixel perfect every time. It wouldn't even be a question. I was just curious. So for video, what I would expect is this this line of pixels next to this to also be red. It would be kind of pink. Chrome sample is today's interlacing. It really is. I wonder how low we have to go. File, export, Because I've never tried going this low with JPEGs. Let's just go all the way down to 10. But in video, the way that it works is chroma subsampling is where it reduces the resolution of the color data. So you can think of the black and white image and the color images as being completely different. It separates out the chrominance and the luminance channels. I got those backwards. But so if your video is 4K, you might have 4K black and white, but only 1080p color if you have a chroma subsampling factor of 2 for that. So the way you can get around that is, I did not change the setting 10%. Okay, let's look at that. Hold on. The way that you can get around that for video capture like I'm doing is to pixel double your video. So if it's a 640 by 480 Windows 98 screen, you know, that I'm capturing, I would scale that up to 1280 by 960, which would pixel double it, and then it will have the chroma subsampling, that's half the resolution, be the actual resolution of the original image, which then when you view it, doesn't look any different because the luminance data channel has also been pixel doubled, but it just retains its full resolution. So it's a little workaround thing that you can do to get around the chroma subsampling, and that's really helpful for publishing somewhere like YouTube. So I always try to nearest neighbor pixel double video capture when I can. Wow, actual JPEG does some funky stuff. But you can definitely tell the difference between luminance compression and chrominance compression. So this is 10% now. So yeah, you can also tell where in the DCT block we are. So for those who don't know, discrete cosine transform is what DCT stands for. That is the JPEG method where this square right here in the center of the cross that's going on here is where it is trying to match a math filter that it has that can reconstruct this image, and it will layer multiple math filters to try and create that. So in this case, the vertical line is 3 pixels in and the horizontal line is at the very top pixel. This one, I want to say it's 2 pixels in, and then it kind of screwed up and it's over there, and then it's 3 pixels down on that one. Because you'll have these blocks, and that's what the discrete cosine transform tries to recreate, is the blocks. In video, it doesn't do quite this, but it can, depending on how you encode it, so it's a whole thing. Love and woe, sir, my PDF makes my computer sound like a jet engine. Yeah. This one, it doesn't, because it's the water-cooled system. Sensors. Let's see. Let's see. I don't remember what CPU is, or if I could view CPU. Is it this? I don't know. NVMe drive's good though. Whatever that is, it's slightly warm. For water cooled, then make it sound like a motorboat. Yeah. But yeah, so pixel doubling here isn't going to help for actual JPEG. So I wouldn't call that a valid strategy. Again, I've never tested this before, so now I know. We're kind of starting to see it right here, but that's not, it doesn't seem to be really valid. I'm guessing there's only 1 pixel of the line that was in this block over here, and it's just wonky as all heck. This, there might have been 1 or 2. This over 0, I guess, and it just couldn't handle it. Yeah, that's what it looks like when you save a JPEG and it's paint. Yeah. But this is what video encoding does, and when you understand that and you're working with smaller resolution video files and trying to incorporate them, it can really help to reduce compression artifacting. Like, you can even see it here just a little bit. The reason this will look better than the other one for JPEG, and we can see here, we get the crispy stuff at the end here. It will layer multiple DCT algorithms to try and recreate the image. And in this case, since it is 2 pixels I can see there, and I think it is only 1, no, it's 2 pixels on that one too. 3 there, because there is less information, especially on this one, so there was only 1 pixel in that block. Because there's only 1 pixel in this, when it has the ability to overlay many images, many math patterns. Here, I'll just bring up the Wikipedia page. I'm not meaning to not do that. Wiki DCT. So you get many of this. You get many of these images that are overlaid on top of each other to rebuild the image. And you can actually see this kind of. There are some stripes in that red. You can see a pattern where it's here, and then here, and then here, and then here. So that's probably one of these patterns repeating the red to try and get that 1 pixel. And then it will pick a different pattern to try and match that with another one. So it's a weird thing. But the higher quality your JPEG is, the more of those layers it will overlay. So that's how we end up seeing this be really faint, because the error layers are minimized. But over on the 10%, it's going to use the minimum number of layers that it can to try and represent the image. So, yeah. Anyway, that gave us enough time to let this finish generating the PDF. Hey, look, we actually accomplished a thing today. Hooray! Okay, let's scroll down really quick, make sure it's all correct. Good. We didn't screw it up, or we screwed it up consistently. Glad you got the Micron manual? Yes, I'm super excited about that. It's interesting, it's meant for multiple systems. But yeah, that's gonna be super nice. So I have the keyboard, the mouse. Oh, I figured you were the sender. Your name was familiar, so I had a feeling. But as long as the punch holes meet in the center, yeah, exactly. I now have the keyboard, the mouse, and the manuals. Like, the only thing I could ever possibly hope to get is like a monitor, but that would be ridiculous. So that's probably not going to happen. I'm not even sure if Micron branded CRTs. So it's probably as complete as it's ever going to get, because there's no way a box is going to show up, because that definitely would have been something people would have chucked. Look at that printer. Ooh, printer. So this is how you can tell this is different from the one in the dot, because the dot doesn't have the motor on the inside like that. Oh, that's interesting. This wasn't high enough resolution to preserve the halftone. Kinda there. I'm not thrilled about that, but oh well. What do you mean they did? Oh. I didn't need to know that. Why would you curse me with that knowledge now? You're mean. It's definitely not going to be that one. Not missing that panel. Not on what's becoming a kind of centerpiece system. It's also probably... I need to, like, shred my debit card after this year. Like, I have been so bad. It's ridiculous. Stop it! I can't not click on it. What are you doing? I would say that first one was probably a more period correct design, but I like that one more. I like the weird stuff. Anyway, I'm closing that tab now. This manual looks good. I'm happy with this. I can upload this to archive.org. If I can upload it to archive.org, that is. It's not up to me. It's up to the whims of the network. Which, you know what? Maybe I won't, just as a reminder that I need to upload the service manual again, so we can have that one page. June 1995 date stamp. Okay, maybe that is closer then. Because it's Pentium 95. Although it could be a late model old, or late production old model. I don't know. Encouraging bad eBay decisions on my hobby too. Oh no, I've been so bad. You have no idea. So bad. I've spent nearly $3,000 on eBay this year already. It's no. I think we're done. I have a fixed service manual, printer manual done. We still haven't got the 1206 manual, so that's someday. Yeah, I think that'll do. I'm going to put this in my pocket so I can't forget it. Is period correct? Okay, so if this is showing it with the case that I have that's basically the same as the Dell cases, I'm still not going to buy it. That's not the right case. Oh, but they're also showing that ThinkPad. Okay, I only found out about this, like, I think this week, maybe even, that this ThinkPad exists. This thing is insane. You can remove the backlight. I wanted that so bad when I was a kid. I had zero reason. But yeah, that's super duper cool. So the screen image could be flipped and then projected. I have no idea. I bet this image quality was horrible with the backlight on there because it had to be removable. So yeah. Do I even have an overhead projector? What do you think? Let me put it this way. I have that, but CGA. I've been meaning to make a video about it. Maybe that could be a video soon. That might be fun. It's really simple. It's one of those things where I'm at the point I don't even know what should be a Tech Tangents video. Is a CGA LCD connected to an IBM 5150 beneath Tech Tangents at this point? I never know. Or is that a second channel video? I don't know. Do you have a film recorder? I don't even know what that is. Like a video camera? Do I have an overhead projector VGA screen? I don't think I have VGA. I don't think, let me rephrase that. I don't think I have a working one. I was mailed one, but the panel got shifted in the mail and destroyed all of the flex cables onto it. Do I have a TI view screen? I don't know what that is. Is that the thing that plugs into like a TI 84 to show its display on there? I would love to have one of those. Okay, I guess mine is going to the donate pile then. Well, if that's the case, then I should wait to make the video. 2 of them might be enough to make the video. Say that seems like a pretty legit tech tangent to me. Tune in to Amiga video? Not anytime soon. Box that takes your PowerPoint presentation on your computer and prints it on a photographic film. That's kind of cool, actually. But I think I've seen a million things like that at Goodwill. There's Amiga software coming to me too. Okay. Not everything needs to be reviving a massive mini computer, creating CD-ROM controller card or something. That's where it gets complicated. Like, yeah, sure it doesn't, but then I do the mail video and it got like some 10,000 views. Like, that's, you know, it's hard to tell anymore. Mail videos have always traditionally performed poorly, but that one, like, especially. It did. It's, I don't even know anymore. It's hard to tell. No, I did not promise an Amiga video. I said there is enough stuff to do its own video. I did say I would do the video. Although I guess powering on an Amiga for the first time is definitely a Tech Tangents video and of like a free video. It's your best performing. No, the best performing video is the Windows 98 video, which is the highest viewed vintage computer channel video on any the highest viewed video on any vintage computer oriented channel. I don't know that it gets to be the highest viewed vintage computer video because someone like LTT can come by and just make a Windows 98 video and like get millions of views just because that's what they relatively get. But yeah, it's 6.5 million views or something on the Windows 98 video. So, and that's one of the reasons why that I try to gravitate towards big videos, is because it's the big videos that generally are the ones that do well. So something stupid like let's try out a couple of projector panels. Anyway, let's wrap this up. I am putting I'm not using a flash drive because this isn't 2005. SATA SSD in my pocket, which these actually did come out in 2005. So I can take these PDFs home and upload them. That's right, Sandy, I got you in the end. I saw your snide comment. Need to cater to people's nostalgia with some retro games being projected through it. Not exactly sure what retro games I'm going to run on an 8088. Rancoon and viewers, hello and welcome. We are ending right now. That is the next thing that's happening on the streams. Unfortunate timing there. But what we just finished doing is archiving. I mean, this is only one that we fixed today, but we've been scanning and archiving documents for computers that nobody remembers so that they can be available for other people. Yeah, never understate bandwidth, van full of SSDs, exactly. But yeah, let's see. It's time to wrap this up. What if the remaining stream is installing? No, the remaining stream is me clicking the outro button. Alrighty. Man, that webcam looks so much better now with like actual lighting. And outro time. There we go. All right. Well, that is going to be it for today. I cannot believe we only got one manual done. There were some very annoying tangents that were out of my control today, like the internet stuff. Overall, though, that was a much more complicated document to scan and process. So, yeah, I don't know if Marble Madness will run in 8088. I really want Marble Madness, but it's one of those more expensive ones. Doesn't it come in the folio package, and it makes it, like, highly desirable? I just like Marble Madness. I would love to have it, but, anyway. So, yeah, we will at some point do the 1206 manual. I don't know when. Maybe Friday, because it should be a lot faster, but yeah. So, that's it for now. If you all enjoyed this stream, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. But that's it for now, and I will see you next time.